Both sides of the aisle, you know.
Just, that one's for workforce requirements. Fixed it in
Yeah, no, that's. I noticed that. Yes.
sometimes
All right, Tom. Tom, keep me on track, buddy. Now, where are these? Right.
Mike's not.
Good morning. The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology will now come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F, the House Rule 11, recorded votes may be postponed. Today, we meet to consider H.R. 9341, the AI-Ready Federal Data Guidelines Act, H.R. 9363, the AI Security and Innovation Act, H.R. 2385, the Create AI Act, H.R. 5351, the NSF AI Education Act of 2025, H.R. 5584, the Lift AI Act, H.R. 6461, the Read AI Models Act, H.R. 8893, the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act, H.R. 9333, the AI Flaw Reporting and Security Enhancement Act, H.R. 9334, the Workforce for AI Trust Act, and H.R. 9372, the Data Infrastructure Energy Measurement Standards Act. Now, I now recognize myself for an opening statement. I would like to welcome everyone to this morning's full committee markup. Today, we will mark up 10 bills on a topic that seems to dominate every newspaper, news channel, and podcast these days, and that is artificial intelligence, or AI. Most of us are already integrating AI into our lives at the present, whether we realize it or not. For example, autocorrect and facial recognition systems on our phones, as well as filtering systems for emails and messages, depend on this technology. If you shop online, chances are products have been recommended using AI based on your past behavior. Prices may be adjusted based on demand, and chatbots can help answer customer service questions. In banking, AI helps detect fraud and provides consumers with spending insights. The United States is a global leader in AI innovation. Nearly 60% of the world's most cited AI researchers work at American institutions, and our nation remains the destination of choice for all top AI talent. In addition to talent, the United States benefits from significant investment and infrastructure in this space. In 2025 alone, venture capital investment in the United States AI companies reached approximately $194 billion, roughly 3/4 of all global AI investment. That does not even account for the enormous investments being made in cloud computing, advanced infrastructure, and data center construction across the country, which dwarfs the Chinese market. Last July, the White House released an AI action plan along with an executive order focused on accelerating innovation, strengthening national security, and establishing federal AI policy priorities. In January, We held a hearing in this room with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy Director, Michael Kratsios, to explore specific actions Congress could take to build on President Trump's AI action plan. In particular, we discussed the role of American innovation in AI and the national security challenges posed by foreign competitors, particularly as the Chinese Communist Party continues to invest heavily in AI capabilities. A key component of the AI action plan and the accompanying executive order was bolstering cybersecurity protections for our nation's critical infrastructure. One of the bills we have on the docket today, the AI Security and Innovation Act, supports that goal while maintaining continued U.S. leadership in AI research, development, and evaluation by authorizing the Center for AI Security and Innovation, or CASE. It's important that CASE is adequately funded, and I look forward to our committee continuing to have a conversation about how we can achieve that. I see that we have amendments to increase authorization levels for CASE, which I fully support. In fact, I think funding for CASE should be perhaps higher than the proposed amendments given its importance at this time. We should, however, ensure that we authorize CASE in a manner that does not undermine future progress on the bill. And I commit to working with the sponsors to ensure that we get that number right going forward. In total, we will mark up 10 bipartisan bills this morning. Members of this committee have worked diligently to address important challenges in the AI space while preserving America's competitive advantage. These bills address a wide range of issues, from improving access to federal data resources for the next generation of AI systems to equipping Americans with the tools and training necessary to succeed in an AI-driven economy. Through a variety of efforts, these bills reinforce partnerships among government, industry, and academia, recognizing that innovation does not happen in silos. They also invest in the workforce needed to sustain long-term leadership in this critical field. Taken together, these bills will help advance America's AI ecosystem, expand opportunity, and reinforce our leadership in an increasingly competitive world. They provide access to federal computing, data, and resources necessary to propel future innovation and discovery. They also focus on voluntary consensus-based standards to meet complex challenges, something this committee is very familiar with. I am very pleased to take up this legislation today and welcome constructive amendments as we work together to make these bills as strong and as effective as possible. I now would like to recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Ms. Lofgren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Babin. We have many bills to get through today, so I will be brief. The pieces of legislation before us are focused on the challenges and opportunities presented by the widespread adoption of artificial intelligence technology. This committee, as well as last Congress's bipartisan AI task force, have explored in depth both the challenges and opportunities associated with AI. These bills thoughtfully recognize and address the nuance and complexity around these issues. The first bill on the roster is the AI Ready Data Guidance Act, introduced by Chairman Babin, who I joined as a co-sponsor. I'll speak on that bill when it is called up. The next bill on the roster is the AI Security and Innovation Act, introduced by Representatives Olbernolte, Foushee, and Chairman Babin. This critical legislation will statutorily establish the Center for AI Security and Innovation, CASE, a bipartisan initiative to measure risks of advanced AI systems, support information exchange, and support AI research and evaluation. The next bill on the roster is the Create AI Act, which was originally introduced by my friend and former colleague from California, Ms. Anna Eshoo, but is now sponsored by another Californian, Mr. Olbernolte. The bill was ready for the finish line in the last Congress, and I'm looking forward to finally moving the National AI Initiative beyond its pilot phase and into full programmatic implementation with the passage of this bill. Then we will consider the NSF Artificial Intelligence Education Act, sponsored by Mr. Fong and Ms. Salinas. This bill directs NSF to create and maintain AI learning initiatives and workforce training programs, including opportunities for students pursuing a focus in AI education. It will also serve to fund the National AI Initiative. Moving on to the Literacy and Future Technologies Act, or the LIFT Act, brought to us by Mr. Kane and Mr. Amo. This bill authorizes NSF to create AI educational tools, curricula, and teacher development opportunities for grades K through 12. Ms. McBride and Mr. Obernolte introduced our next bill, the READ AI Models Act. There's wide variation in how AI models are documented, which can present challenges to consumers when they seek to make comparisons. This bill will direct NIST to develop guidance that will help businesses overcome these challenges. The next bill on the roster is the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act. This bill will create task forces that will lead to the development of standards that counter malicious uses of generative AI that have been used to defraud people. I thank Representative Fushi and Delegate Moylan for their thoughtful legislation. We will then consider the AI Flaw Incident Reporting and Security Enhancement Act, sponsored by Ms. Ross and Mr. Hurd. NIST currently addresses cybersecurity vulnerabilities through its operation of the National Vulnerability Database. This bill requires NIST to develop a similar database for AI flaws that present both security and safety risks. Next is my bill, the Workforce for AI Trust Act, which is co-sponsored by former Chairman Lucas. I will speak more on this bill when it's called up. Lastly, we have Mr. Subramanian's Data Infrastructure, Energy Measurement and Standards Act. The growth of AI has accelerated the demand for data centers to handle computing, and we know these data centers consume vast quantities of water and energy, but there's a need for new metrics to understand how data centers are using these resources and therefore how to design and build them most efficiently. We're in the middle of an affordability crisis, so this legislation directs the NIST and DOE to develop best practices and technical standards for measuring data center energy and water use. These are all smart and essential bills that reflect the bipartisan, future-looking nature of this committee. I thank all the sponsors of these bills. I appreciate the hard work and collaboration, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of amendments. I would admonish all my colleagues that you can be just as persuasive while being concise as verbose, and we will hear from all of those who wish to be heard. I'd also like to know, just as a point of personal privilege, it is Alan McQuinn's birthday, and Albert Hinman's birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday to them, and they worked very hard on this markup. They didn't get to celebrate their birthdays. And I also want to note that tomorrow is Carlos Medina's last day on the staff of the committee. He's been an invaluable resource to us, and we thank him for his service. And I noted also that Mr. Gallagher has walked in to join our committee, and we welcome him. We welcomed him on the floor when he was sworn in. The delegation is happy to see him here and look forward to working with him. We miss our beloved colleague, Doug LaMalfa, but we know you will be a voice for his part of the country. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you very much. Other members are invited to submit opening statements into the record. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9341, the AI Ready Federal Data Guidelines Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 9341, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, a bill to require the director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology to develop guidelines to assist agencies with preparing open government data assets to be used.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in support of the bill. I'd like to take a moment to talk about my bill, H.R. 9341, the AI Ready Federal Data Guidelines Act. I'd also like to thank the ranking member for agreeing to co-sponsor this bill with me. As artificial intelligence becomes increasingly important not only for accessing information but also for analyzing it, the quality of that information matters. Think of it this way. As a dentist, which I was for 37 years, I could often learn a great deal about a person's diet and overall health simply by examining their teeth and gums and oral cavity. That is what I was trained to do. With AI models, we also need to understand what we are looking at. whether the information is reliable or unreliable. Federal agencies maintain vast amounts of data, and H.R. 9341 directs NIST to develop voluntary guidelines to help agencies prepare data sets for use in training AI models. This legislation will help improve the quality, accessibility, and usability of federal data while supporting our national security and preserving America's competitive edge. H.R. 9341 builds on the goals of the AI Action Plan and will help create a more secure, efficient, and innovative environment for the development and use of AI across federal government and beyond. I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time. Anybody else? Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Chairman Barrett, for your leadership and working with me on developing this important legislation. Training increasingly complex, larger AI models will require more high-quality data. But as new streams of publicly available human-generated data sets are becoming scarcer, it's important to U.S. competitiveness in AI that we facilitate access to non-sensitive data that already sits but is unused. Moreover, as frontier models have evolved, so have their data requirements. Today, training a frontier AI model like GPT-4, Gemini, or Claude requires an extremely curated, multi-stage pipeline of structured data access, processing, and compliance. If we're to leverage our resources, it's not enough to make data available, we must make it AI ready. Now, the federal government holds a lot of non-sensitive data and is already required to make it publicly available. However, due to funding constraints, lack of expertise, coordination challenges, federal data can be difficult to unlock. The bill would seek to address part of this challenge by directing the development of voluntary guidance to help agencies make their data assets AI ready. It would also create pilot programs to facilitate federal AI-ready data in specific industries or scientific disciplines. This legislation addresses recommendations that was made from the Bipartisan AI Task Force, as well as the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your partnership, and I urge members of this committee to support this common sense legislation. I know there is one friendly amendment that I look forward to supporting, and I would yield the balance of my time to Ms. Rivas, who I think also wishes to speak on the bill.
You're recognized, Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I'm pleased that this committee is taking up bipartisan bills related to AI, I'm disappointed and frankly concerned at the majority's approach to the amendment process. I had 2 amendments on other bills. The amendments would have helped improve AI literacy and accessibility, as well as better understand the impacts data centers have on energy and water use. Not only did the majority refuse to engage on these 2 essential topics, the majority went a step further and threatened to pull the data centers bill if I even offered my amendment on water use. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this approach to not even let amendments be offered was your decision or a staffer's executive decision. Regardless, I think it's a terrible way to run this committee. I may be new to Congress, but I've served in the California State Assembly, and in California, we took votes. Some good, some bad, some we win, and some we lose. But there was no hiding, no threats to pull bills, and no silencing our constituents' concerns. We have a duty here to serve our constituents and represent their voices. I hope going forward that the chairman will work with me and my colleagues, allowing an open process for amendments and run this committee the way it's historically been run, in a fair and bipartisan manner. And for the record, here is what my amendments would do. My first amendment would have allowed the funds for the development of multilingual materials and resources that promote AI literacy and education. Like it or not, our constituents speak multiple languages, yet this triggered the majority as DEI. My second amendment would allow NIST to better understand the impacts that data centers' energy and water use are having on surrounding communities and their resource demands. This would be for all communities, not just environmental justice communities like mine. The majority threatened to pull the bill if I even offered this amendment, and I think that's absurd. As AI continues to rapidly develop and big tech companies are building bigger and new data centers, we must understand the impact that these centers, be it positive or negative. I will not be offering my 2 amendments this morning, and I yield back.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
No woman yield. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from
Chairman?
Florida.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Mr. Webster.
I'd yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, sir. We encourage robust debate at our markups. And as always, both House and committee rules allow members to offer amendments. With that being said, it should never be assumed that by offering an amendment, this idea will automatically be considered or adopted. I have directed my staff to work very closely with member offices and your staffs on both sides of the aisle to ensure that we get these bills right from the get-go. We encourage constant communication around here, and I know that my staff works very hard at making this happen. We listen, we want to hear from you, but frankly, not every idea is always going to stick. I can't speak for how other offices work, but I know around here that we're very big on communication and open doors. I want to talk these things through with courteous dialogue. Thank you. Yield back. Any other
Yield back.
discussion? Thank you. Okay. If there's no further discussion on the underlying bill, we will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative McLean Delaney of Maryland. The clerk shall report McLean Delaney Amendment 100.
Amendment to H.R. 9341.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative McLean Delaney of Maryland for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking you and the ranking member for their leadership on this issue, which is incredibly important, and by tasking NIST, which is headquartered in my district in Gaithersburg, Maryland, with helping our agencies prepare their data for AI use in their models. It's something I worked on in the last administration while Deputy Secretary and Deputy Administrator at NTIA Commerce. You see, when we lack standards about how we deploy, employ, and evaluate new technologies, our country risks creating real harm. I spent 15 years as a lawyer and a nonprofit advocating for bumpers and safeguards around our kids and social media. We've all seen how the absence of these bumpers around kids and strong guardrails can allow and facilitate some serious harms before anyone steps in to stop it. This lesson doesn't stop at social media. AI is no different, and in fact, is much more amplified in its impact, and it is our responsibility to get this right. This bill, as introduced, requires that our federal agencies for AI use be developed consistent with OMB policies. However, it doesn't require these guidelines to align with the long-standing privacy laws that are already govern how federal agencies must handle the private information, or PII, of Americans. My amendment fixes that. Unfortunately, we've had a front row seat this Congress to what happens when the government moves fast with federal data and ignores existing laws. I serve on the Ag Committee, and I saw it firsthand when some of our farmers, when they applied for farm service loans, had some of their PII and personal financial information breached. DOJ operatives gained access to Treasury payment records, Social Security files, IRS tax data, the sensitive information of our farmers, and OPM personal records, data covering hundreds of millions of Americans, and ways that have been found in court to have violated the Privacy Act of 1974. As we all know, data is power, but there must be some safeguards. OPM employees themselves sued their own agency for failing to conduct privacy impact assessments under the E-Government Act of 2002 before collecting confidential information from every civilian federal employee. The Social Security Administration has admitted that DOJ and third-party entities access far more data than previously disclosed, and that sensitive records have been transferred to a server outside SSA's control. These laws, the Privacy Act and the E-Government Act, are not bureaucratic formalities. They represent decades of hard-won consensus about what the government owes the public when it handles private information. It impacts trust in our government and impacts our U.S. competitiveness and national security. The privacy limits how agencies can collect, maintain, and share records about individuals, and the E-Government Act requires agencies to assess privacy risks before launching new information systems. These guardrails exist for exactly that kind of large-scale AI data preparation. My amendment simply makes that explicit what the law already requires, that NIST guidelines be consistent with the Privacy Act and the E-Government Act. It's not a heavy lift, it's a floor, and ensures that we help agencies get their data AI ready. We are not quietly licensing them to discard the privacy protections that Americans are owed. It builds trust. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion on this?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Ms. McLean Delaney for her work on this. I think the guidance developed by NIST will be very helpful, and it's a common sense amendment. I encourage us all to adopt it, and I yield back.
I want to thank Representative McLean Delaney for offering this amendment. It's a sensible amendment that clarifies the bill's relationship with existing federal privacy requirements, and by ensuring these voluntary guidelines are developed with current privacy laws in mind, it strengthens the legislation without changing its underlying purpose. I urge the adoption of the amendment as well. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of McLean Delaney Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Next. There are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, a reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 9341, the AI Ready Federal Data Guidelines Act, as amended, to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9341 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Recognize the gentleman from Florida. You want a recorded vote? Okay. A roll call has been requested pursuant Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. So ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9363, the AI Security and Innovation Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 9363, offered by Mr. Obernolte of California.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? Representative Obernolte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our committee members. Obviously, artificial intelligence is undoubtedly the foundational, transformational technology of our time, and I am delighted that we are having this hearing this morning, advancing a number of bills that form the foundation of federal government oversight and governance of this technology. It's been a long time getting here, and I think the American public are also going to share our enthusiasm that we're finally getting these bills across the finish line. I had the honor of co-chairing the House Artificial Intelligence Task Force in the last Congress, and at the end of that Congress, we issued our task force report, which was 270 pages and 89 different concrete policy recommendations that we felt needed to be done to establish federal oversight of this technology. Unfortunately, to date, we have implemented one of those 89 recommendations, just one, which was the Take It Down Act that the President signed into law last summer. Other than that, all of the policy recommendations remain undone. And so that's why I'm so happy that we are here today, finally passing these bills into law. And I want to point out to everyone that the task force report was unanimously approved by all 24 of our task force members, 12 Republicans, 12 Democrats, as well as by the Speaker and the Minority Leader, which was required by our charter. I'm hoping that that gives everyone some confidence that AI governance and regulation can be a bipartisan issue, and it needs to be a bipartisan issue, because the last thing that we want to do is to create a regulatory framework where the rules governing a major industry in America are subject to change every time the winds of political fortune shift one way or the other. So that's why I'm so happy to be here today talking about a set of bipartisan bills that advance this framework forward. Several weeks ago, I joined Congresswoman Trahan introducing what we called a discussion draft of the GAIA, the Great American AI Act, that implements the bulk of the task force recommendations. And I want to thank our bipartisan co-sponsors, Congresswoman Houchin and Franklin on the Republican side, and Congressman Subramanian and Peters on the Democrat side. It's been a lot of work to get to this point. We've gotten a lot of really constructive feedback on that, and I'm delighted to be here today, passing through the sections of that discussion draft that fall into Science, Space, and Technologies Committee jurisdiction. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work in getting us here. Thank you to Ranking Member Lofgren for your work. I want to thank the committee staff, because I know they put in countless hours working on this, getting it to a format where we could pass it through in a bipartisan manner. I'm just delighted to be here, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other further discussion on this? Mr. Franklin from Florida. Oh, we have a Democrat, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Obernolte and Ms. Fushi for their work on this. This was not surprisingly a challenging bill for bipartisan agreement, but our two sides came together in active discussion and debate to find compromise the way legislating should work. I'll note today a few Democratic members will be offering amendments with sincere intentions to improve the bill and address risks of AI that are of concern to their constituents, including child safety. And I just ask that everyone on the committee take at face value that these amendments are offered in good faith. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yields back, and I recognize the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your and the ranking member's leadership in bringing H.R. 9363, the AI Security and Innovation Act, for our consideration today. This legislation strengthens America's leadership in artificial intelligence by establishing CASI, the Center for AI Security and Innovation at NIST. It will help maintain America's technological edge while promoting collaboration among government, industry, and researchers. Importantly, this bill does not create new regulatory authority. Instead, it builds on NIST's trusted role as a standard-setting institution and provides the resources necessary to carry out this mission. I was proud to champion this effort during the FY27 House appropriations process, where I secured funding for the center and helped ensure it has the resources needed to strengthen America's AI security and innovation leadership. I strongly support the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I yield back.
I'd like to recognize the Ms. Fushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support the AI Security and Innovation Act with Congressman Obernolte to authorize the Center for AI Security and Innovation, known as CASI. CASI will play a critical role in strengthening our national capacity to test and evaluate AI systems, advance international safety standards, and ensure American AI leadership is grounded in safety, accountability, public trust, and democratic values. I thank the chair and the ranking member for allowing this bill to be considered today, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? There's no further discussion on the underlying bill. We'll proceed with the amendments in order listed on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Obernolte of California. The clerk shall report Obernolte, ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363, offered by Mr. Obernolte of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I'd like to recognize Representative Obernolte of California for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment codifies the compromises that we've been making on a bipartisan basis to put this bill in its final form. And I'd like to thank you and the ranking member for your work on this. This bill codifies CASE, the Center for AI Security and Innovation, which is the key hub in the approach that the House AI Task Force is recommending for the regulation of AI. In the task force report, we recommend what we call a hub and spoke approach to the regulation of AI at the federal level. The spokes, there are sectoral regulators like the FDA, NHTSA, the FAA, and the hub is a repository for technical standards and evaluation metrics, the development of regulatory sandboxes for the testing of potentially malicious AI, and a core hub of technical talent and resource that any of our sectoral regulators can call on as they undertake the task of regulating AI within their sectoral space. And that's the purpose of CASE. This bill will establish CASE and fund it and staff it at an appropriate level to accomplish this critical task. And I'd like to thank the committee for getting the bill to this point. And I urge my colleagues to support the ANS and the underlying legislation. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? I want to say, personally, I support the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 9363, the AI Security and Innovation Act. The amendment makes technical, conforming, and clarifying changes to the bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. Hearing no further discussion on the amendment, we will proceed with amendments to ANS in order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. The clerk shall report the Fushi Amendment 081.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363, offered by Ms. Fushi of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ensures federal AI evaluation work at CASE includes child safety, including potential risks to minors from AI systems and the need for safety by design. I've been meeting with families, teachers, and young people who have seen these harms and real-world impacts up close, and their message is clear. Congress cannot wait until another child is harmed before we act. This amendment would help save lives by making sure our federal AI safety standards and testing efforts examine the risks children face on these systems and from AI chatbots from the start, not after tragedy occurs. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can continue to work on protections for child safety, but at this time, I will withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Foster of Illinois. The clerk shall report Foster Amendment 095.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and I recognize Representative Foster of Illinois for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. Obernolte and Mrs. Fushi for introducing this bill. NIST has become one of the hidden gems of the United States government and one of the crown jewels of our federal scientific enterprises. In fact, if you ask representatives from the other free democracies of the world which of the federal agencies retain their residual respect, the list often comes down to two: the Federal Reserve and NIST. The folks at NIST, in the office that this legislation is renaming the Center for AI Security and Innovation, are helping to set the fundamental standards for understanding of how AI systems work, how they're constructed, and how they interact with both the world and with each other. Those paying attention to the rapid development of artificial intelligence know that we're currently experiencing the rise of what's called agentic AI. AI agents can act on behalf of a human to perform tasks. They can write code, they can build a website, even purchase things or make financial decisions on behalf of a human. Now, in the near future, in fact, many expect that the most financial and commercial transactions will take place not between humans, but between agents operating on their behalf. There are many aspects of how agents interact with each other and the outside world that need to be better understood, and like how agents communicate with each other, and in particular, how the identity and authorization of an agent is transmitted down from the human operator to the agents and their subagents. And standards should be developed out of that improved understanding, which represents a real opportunity for the United States to maintain its leadership in AI. So I'm offering a simple amendment to include agentic AI in the work of Casey, the work it's authorized to do. Now, NIST has already recognized the importance of agentic AI and begun work in this space. So the amendment does not require them to do additional work, but it provides them with the explicit authority to continue and expand this work, and allows them the flexibility to adapt as this field changes rapidly. So I strongly encourage all of you to support the amendment and yield back.
Now I'd like to recognize the ranking member from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Foster for this amendment. Advances in AI are enabling the creation of sophisticated agentic systems with increasing autonomy, and their capacity is increasing at an astonishing rate. As Mr. Foster's indicated, NIST is already looking at this, but I think having this amendment with giving them explicit authority to do so is an important improvement in the bill. It ensures that the Casey and NIST lab work will advance voluntary standards and best practices, and I think that is important. Voluntary standards can be changed if we get it wrong, unlike a statute. And I do think as we move forward, this model is going to well serve our country and our safety. And I support the amendment and yield its back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Dr. Foster for his thoughtful amendment. He was a very valuable part of the House AI Task Force in the last Congress. This amendment ensures development of agentic AI standards, and it's the feeling of many that agentic AI will be the next big revolution in AI development and deployment. I think this is a very worthwhile addition to the bill, and I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'm pleased to support this amendment as well. It makes a targeted improvement to the bill by ensuring that it keeps pace with emerging AI technologies and includes more advanced AI systems in its testing and evaluation efforts. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of Foster Amendment 095. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. Clerk shall report Fushi Amendment 083.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363, offered by Ms. Fushi of North
Without
Carolina.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment ensures federal AI testing and evaluation efforts include explainability and interpretability so we can better understand how AI systems work, where they fail, and when they produce unreliable or unfair outcomes. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the ranking member for California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Fushi for this amendment. It directs the Center for AI Security and Innovation to research methods to advance explainability and interpretability of AI systems that would help ensure AI systems we develop are secure, reliable, and trustworthy. Without mentioning a name, a very prominent developer of AI told me in a private conversation he couldn't fully explain how his AI system worked. So I think tasking NIST with this may advance our understanding, and it's worth supporting. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentlewoman for her amendment and urge its adoption.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Representative Fushi for her amendment. She was also a valuable member of the House AI Task Force in the last Congress. I think this amendment is very meritorious. One of the biggest remaining research problems in AI is what computer scientists call the explainability problem, which stems from the fact that once we've trained a model, if you ask it a question, it gives you an answer. It can't tell you why it reached that conclusion. And understanding why a model is making a recommendation would really enable us to better utilize AI, to know some of the pitfalls and the shortcomings that model recommendations can contain. So I think it's very worthwhile to have Casey also study this issue, and I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. This amendment builds on the bill by expanding research into AI explainability and interpretability. A better understanding of how AI systems operate and reach decisions will help support the development of more reliable and trustworthy AI technologies. I support the amendment and encourage its adoption. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of Fushi Amendment 083. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Obernolte of California. The clerk shall report Obernolte Amendment 074.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 93.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Obernolte of California for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ANS authorizes Casey at a funding level of $20 million a year. Unfortunately, this funding level is insufficient to provide Casey the resources that are needed to fulfill the obligations that we are giving them under this bill, including some of the amendments we just took. Also, bills in the jurisdiction of other committees that are part of the Great American AI Act will put even more requirements on Casey, and that will require a substantial increase in the amount of resource that we give them. This amendment would increase the authorization for the center to $100 million a year, which I believe is more commensurate with the responsibilities that we are giving Casey. Unfortunately, I acknowledge that it is not possible right now to know exactly how much money is required to allow Casey to do its job, and therefore I am content to continue working with you, Mr. Chairman, on figuring out what the appropriate levels are, and I think when we finally get this bill ready for some floor action, we'll have a better idea of exactly what the correct amount is. So I will withdraw the amendment at this time.
The amendment is withdrawn, and you have my word that we will work together. Amendment withdrawn. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Whitesides of California. The clerk shall report Whitesides Amendment 082.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and I recognize Representative Whitesides of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Lofgren, and the bill sponsors, Representatives Obernolte and Fushi. I rise to offer an amendment that expands Casey's national security evaluations to also look at the capabilities of AI systems conducting autonomous research and development. Right now, humans are driving AI development. We write the code, we run the tests, and we set the pace of progress. But we're rapidly approaching the horizon of recursive self-improvement, the moment where an AI system becomes capable of conducting its own research and development, writing its own code, and training the next generation of AI entirely on its own. This underlying bill for Casey allows the voluntary evaluations of AI systems regarding national security risks like cyber and CBRN threats. That is extremely important. My amendment ensures we aren't blindsided by a sudden leap in autonomy by expanding our security framework to include autonomous AI research and development. When AI begins automating its own R&D, the pace of technological progress will no longer be linear, it will be exponential. The dual-use stakes here are staggering. Autonomous AI R&D could discover life-saving drugs or unlock entirely new clean energy breakthroughs at staggering speeds. However, that same autonomous capability can lead to the AI creating self-replicating cyber exploits, whether on purpose or by accident, that cripple our electricity grid and water systems. And this isn't some distant science fiction. The leading frontier labs, OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, have all made it clear that building this exact capability is one of their primary goals. If the private sector is openly racing to unleash this kind of power, the government should be partnering with those companies to have visibility into their progress. That's exactly why this amendment is so critical. It's forward-looking, common-sense measure built to ensure that we have the visibility required to protect our nation and keep our families safe while still promoting innovation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Representative Whitesides for his thoughtful amendment. I completely agree that recursive self-improvement is something that Casey should study more closely. When we look at the catastrophic risks that could occur through the deployment of AI, one of the things that computer scientists worry about the most is a loss of control caused by recursive self-improvement. So I think that that's something that definitely should be part of this governance framework. I thank him for the amendment. I urge its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize the ranking member from California.
Just quickly, thank you, Mr. Whitesides. We have, as we've learned, the dramatic increase in capability is really shocking, and the assessment that's required here is an important one, and I thank him for the amendment and yield back.
I'd also like to thank the gentleman from California for offering this amendment. It expands the underlying bill by recognizing the role of autonomous artificial intelligence in research and development and by assessing AI's potential to drive future scientific breakthroughs. This amendment complements the bill's efforts to strengthen AI security while supporting continued innovation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of Whitesides Amendment 082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Lofgren of California. The clerk shall report Lofgren Amendment 001.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Lofgren of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is simple. As you have acknowledged in your opening statement, and Mr. Obernolte with his withdrawn amendment, Casey is a vital part of the nation's AI efforts and needs to be adequately funded. The President has a budget request of $28 million for fiscal year 2027, but I think I would have supported Mr. Obernote's amendment. This was intended as a backup amendment. It would increase the authorization to the President's budget request. Plus, apparently, they had to borrow $10 million from GSA to fund it. It would repay that. Now, based on your commitment to work to get the right number, I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, on getting the authorization right. We all know it's not enough in the bill, and so based on that commitment, I would withdraw this amendment at this time.
The amendment is withdrawn, and I will work with you, absolutely. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Obernolte of California. The clerk shall report Obernolte Amendment 076.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9363.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Obernolte of California for 5 minutes to report his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The underlying bill authorizing Casey also authorizes the hiring of critical technical experts to do things like conduct red teaming, security testing, and develop the standards for national economic security that Casey is tasked with. Unfortunately, the underlying bill only authorizes hiring 15 of these critical technical experts. I believe that that's not going to nearly be enough to allow Casey to fulfill its responsibilities. So this amendment removes that 15 limit cap on the number of technical experts that Casey can hire. However, similar to the discussion we've been having about the amount of funding that's appropriate for Casey, I recognize that we don't know how many technical experts are going to be required, because we're still working through the process of figuring out exactly what Casey is going to be tasked with. So given the commitment of the committee to continue working on this issue and to perhaps address that cap in the future, I will withdraw the amendment at this time. I yield back.
Amendment is withdrawn. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9333. Sorry about that. There are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 9363. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is adopted.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a roll call vote on that? Yeah, on final passage.
Final passage.
Oh, ANS, I'm
Okay.
jumping the gun. I'm trying to be helpful here.
That's right. I try to jump ahead too. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 9363, the AI Security and Innovation Act as amended, to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9363 as amended to the House. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that question, I think the ranking member and I would both request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Now, okay. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9333, the AI Flaw Reporting and Security Enhancement Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 9333, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina. A bill to direct
Without
the
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? Ms. Ross, I recognize you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member, and thank you for accommodating my request. I'm pleased to speak in support of my AI Flaw Reporting and Security Enhancement Act, which I introduced with our colleague, Congressman Hurd, and with an alumnus of this committee, Congressman Beyer. The AI Flaw Reporting and Security Enhancement Act would help advance solutions for two core AI challenges: how to manage flaws and how to track vulnerability incidents, which could prove to be very dangerous. There is a broad ecosystem of private sector actors, standards organizations, and government entities that track traditional cybersecurity vulnerabilities. However, AI systems are different than traditional cybersecurity systems and bring different challenges. The National Institute of Standards and Technology operates the National Vulnerability Database, an authoritative data set that organizations across the world use to make sure they are patching their vulnerabilities. This bill would direct NIST to develop parallel infrastructure for reporting AI flaws. It also directs NIST to engage with the private sector in setting standards and guidance for AI flaw management. Providing infrastructure to voluntarily report and track AI flaws will grow our capacity to measure, understand, and mitigate risks of harms from them, which is why we've updated the version of the bill introduced in 2024 to reflect evolving needs and give our capable NIST teams the flexibility to address them as they see fit. The bill would also address incident tracking, which we need more of. As AI systems become more capable and are integrated into new sectors, we need a process to better understand when they fail, because in fact, they fail sometimes. This bill would direct NIST to start that process by bringing together stakeholders from industry, the federal government, and the cybersecurity community to study this problem and develop norms and standards around when and how AI incidents should be reported. And NIST would then report these findings to Congress within 3 years. The ANS makes only minor technical changes to the relevant provisions in the underlying bill. H.R. 9333 and this amendment are concrete steps that Congress can take now to better understand and advance safe and secure AI systems for the future. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill and the ANS today, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the underlying bill? We will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Ross from North Carolina. Please report, the clerk. If you will report, please.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9333.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I'd like to recognize Representative Ross from North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, this just has some technical and conforming changes, and I encourage the members to support it.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Representative Ross for this effort. She's correct. Increasingly complex AI systems bring with them new types of challenges in security and safety, and directing NIST to develop infrastructure for researchers and AI developers to voluntarily share information about technical safety and security issues will help. The infrastructure is critical to better understand how to develop safer and more secure AI systems going forward. So thanks for the amendment. I support it, and I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. If there are no additional amendments on the amendment rosters, any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9333. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted.
May we have a recorded vote, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote. The next, yeah.
We're jumping the gun once again.
John, oh,
Okay. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 9333, the AI Flaw Reporting and Security Enhancement Act, as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9333 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill is amended as ordered favorably reported without objection to the...
and Mr. Chairman, we'd like a recorded vote at the appropriate time.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F. The House Rule 11 proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2385, the Create AI Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2385, offered by Mr. Obernolte of
Without
California.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill?
Mr. Chairman?
I recognize the ranking member from California.
I want to thank Mr. Obernolte and Ms. Fushi for their work on the Create AI Act. I wanted to specifically mention my former colleague and neighbor, Anna Eshu, who introduced this bill in a prior Congress. In the years since, NSF has formed a task force to make recommendations on what a NAIR should look like, and subsequently launched a pilot program to implement those recommendations, and this amendment would finally codify a full-scale NAIR. That resource is much needed. It's needed more than ever to take advantage of the power of AI to accelerate research and development for the benefit of society. I want to thank the current members, but also wanted to specifically acknowledge our former member and my friend, Anna Eshu, for her work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Any further discussion on the underlying bill? Nope. If there's no further discussion on the underlying bill, we'll proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Obernolte of California. The clerk shall report Obernolte, ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2385.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to the amendment. I'd like to recognize Representative Obernolte of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill, the Create AI Act, will establish the National Artificial Intelligence Research Resource, or what we call NARE, as a shared national research infrastructure to provide AI researchers and students with access to the complex resources, data, and tool sets that they need to develop safe and trustworthy AI. As we all know, the development of artificial intelligence models requires a vast and continually increasing amount of compute and the underlying data needed to train the models. The concern is that as those resources continue to increase, advanced AI research might only be done behind closed doors by large companies that have access to those resources. We believe that it's very important that advanced AI research continues to also be done in settings like academia in schools across the country as it is right now. And that's why the establishment of NARE is so important, that we, to make sure that our academic settings have access to the compute and the data needed to do this kind of research. Also, Mr. Chairman, is the problem of entrepreneurialism in America. If the amount of data and compute required to do advanced AI research is large enough, it will prevent entrepreneurs from starting the next OpenAI or the next Anthropic. And we need the contribution of those engineers to ensure America continues to be competitive. So I'd like to thank Congresswoman Fushi, my co-lead on this, and also, as the ranking member said, Congresswoman Eshoo, who was a longtime champion on this issue, and I'm delighted that we are finally getting this across the finish line this year. This is a critical piece of the Great American AI Act and the larger question of how we govern the use of AI at the federal level in the United States. And so I am delighted to be advancing it and urge its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Harrigan, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support my colleague's bill here, Rep. Bernolte's efforts to create, for the Create AI Act. I think that the establishment of the NARE is absolutely vital to the coalescing of the best in AI research and resources under one easy-to-access roof. The NARE will be certainly an invaluable tool to the next generation of AI researchers and programmers. And while I support the bill, I have to express my concern regarding the operating entity language included in this text. I know that operating entity grants are a common mechanism that the NSF has used under this administration as well as previous administrations. But I feel that whenever the core responsibilities of government-sponsored programs are contracted out to NGOs, it can dilute the ability of Congress to provide effective oversight. In my opinion, the government agencies that house such programs should wholly own those capabilities and the responsibilities that go with them. I still intend to vote in favorably report this language out of committee and urge my colleagues to do the same, but I would ask that the chairman he continue to work with me and all other members of this committee to exercise rigorous oversight of all grants and programs within our jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and yes, we certainly can work together going forward. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? We'll proceed to the amendments on the A&S in order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. Please report the amendment, Fushi Amendment 078.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2385.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ensures NARE resources are interoperable across platforms and ensures these resources and tools are accessible to researchers and smaller institutions. A more accessible NARE will help broaden participation in AI research and prevent AI innovation from being limited to the largest companies. So I urge support, and I yield back.
Representative Lee yields back. Is there any further discussion? All those, the question is on the adoption of Fushi Amendment 078. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 2385. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted as amended. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 2385, the Create AI Act, as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill will be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 2385 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
on that question, I would request a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. The proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5351, the NSF AI Education Act of 2025. The clerk will report the bill, please.
H.R. 5351, offered by Mr. Fong of California.
Thank you. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
Thank you, Chairman Babin. I'm proud to have introduced this bipartisan bill, H.R. 5351, the National Science Foundation AI Education Act, alongside my colleague, Representative Andrea Salinas. This legislation would allow NSF to award undergraduate and graduate AI scholarships, promote public-private AI development fellowships between higher education institutions and industry partners, create K-12 competitive AI research grants, and report to Congress on recommendations to optimize AI educational opportunities. Simply, it helps create an AI-literate workforce where everyone, rural or urban, communities and every community in between, that they have access to the tools that they need to thrive in today's economy. In my district and across the country, AI plays an important role in advancing critical industries, from agriculture and water management to greater manufacturing capabilities to cutting-edge aerospace innovation and supply chain development. It's enhancing the way we live, do business, and manage our resources. Since coming to Congress, I have worked tirelessly to expand AI educational access and reach every student in every community, including those in rural America, to prepare future generations with the skills necessary to thrive in our workforce. My legislation will increase AI educational opportunities to ensure all students, no matter their zip code, have a chance to become leaders in whatever field they choose to be in. I'd like to thank Chairman Babin, committee staff, my colleague, Representative Salinas, and our support coalition for helping advance this critical legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me to support my bill and continue working to ensure every student has access to AI education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, for holding this markup today. Congress hasn't kept pace with the rapid development in AI, so I'm grateful we're moving forward today to ensure America leads the world in responsible AI development and to ensure all Americans benefit. I want to especially thank Congressman Fong for his strong partnership on the NSF AI Education Act. Our legislation will help create a robust talent pipeline, ensuring workers from all backgrounds have the tools to contribute to and reap the rewards of the economic opportunities brought about by artificial intelligence. This bill supports scholarships and fellowships for students learning and researching AI. It also increases access to professional development programs for students and educators so that learning can occur inside and outside the classroom. Finally, it supports the development of teaching models, tools, and resources for use of AI in education. Together, these build an ecosystem for teaching AI responsibly, effectively, and with career-relevant skills so that we can continue to train the world's brightest in AI. However, I am disappointed to see one of the bill's core provisions stripped in the ANS. This would have focused on community and technical colleges supporting partnerships with industry to ensure we to ensure we have the evidence-based strategies we need to make the rest of the bill's provisions as effective as possible. In my district, this would also position schools like Chemeketa Community College and Oregon Tech to actually train more Oregonians of all backgrounds for good jobs in Oregon's Silicon Forest. Putting these institutions front and center will make AI careers much more accessible to Americans from diverse backgrounds, as Congressman Fong said, whether they come from rural areas or economically disadvantaged backgrounds, or just simply to choose to build new skills to pursue a new career path later in life. I look forward to offering an amendment to restore this essential provision. And I yield back.
Representative yields back. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
Mr. Chairman, I really want to go back, if I could, real briefly, with I think, disparaging remarks made in the committee. I was very disappointed in some of the comments made earlier, considering the half the bills we're handling today are from the minority party. And you have bent over backwards this entire session to really step up and make this a bipartisan committee. And some of the useless remarks made earlier were very disappointing to me. I think there's over 20 amendments filed by Democrats that we've encouraged support, and we've shown a lot of bipartisanship over the last 18 months, and it's disappointing to see that really get undercut today by the comments made towards you, and I find it unacceptable. We have really worked hard. Every bill we have today, all 10, have bipartisan support, and the staffs on both sides worked incredibly hard to work together. And I think, as we move towards our last 6 months together in this last 119th Congress, I think we need to elevate our game and stay away from those remarks, because it's pretty impressive to see us work so well together and to see the kind of, again, disappointing remarks made earlier, I don't find acceptable. Yesterday, we saw much the same thing where talk about National Science Foundation grants. The total dollar amount was almost identical to previous years, maybe a 3% disparity, but the graph was shown, as Chairman McCormick showed, was radically different than maybe where the realities are. And I think one of the things we should pride ourselves on as the Science Committee is speaking from fact and really try to encourage each other, because I know I've sponsored a bunch of Democrat amendments. I know a lot of Democrats have supported mine. And I hope we can continue to elevate the conversation in this committee in a positive way, as evidence as we see the voting rules we'll have today, where all of us are standing together on so many amendments. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Herodopoulos. Now recognize the ranking member.
I could but will not ask that the gentleman's words be taken down in terms of attacking the integrity of the member who objected to what she described as a threat. If she offered an amendment, the underlying bill would be removed. That is not in keeping with the way the committee has worked, and I just think going further down this road doesn't elevate the bipartisan nature of the committee. So I would just like to note that we can have missteps on both sides of the aisle, but I think the decades-long experience of bipartisanship on this committee is something that we need to value, and if there are disagreements, we can work them out in a way that is suitable, hopefully, going forward. So I will not ask that the gentleman's words be taken down. I would yield to him, since he obviously wants to be recognized.
Well, thank you. I appreciate those remarks, and I think that's exactly where we should be going. And unfortunately, the tenor of the meeting started a little bit differently this morning, but Congresswoman Lundgren, I couldn't agree more, and I'm happy to do that, and that's why I was so disappointed, just maybe surprised, I'll be kind about it, in some of the comments, and hopefully as we move forward the remaining months, we can do it in a more positive way, as the chairman has been incredibly flexible, as you have been as the prior chair. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, certainly I'm not critical of Ms. Rivas's comments. She was speaking about her experience, but I do hope to rescue our spirit of bipartisanship here moving forward. And I would also ask to be recognized on the bill itself, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking this bill up, as well as Mr. Fong and Ms. Salinas for their work. I do want to address an upcoming amendment that I'll speak on more in a minute. As it's my understanding, as part of the negotiations on the bill, that the majority required removing a section focused on community colleges. My staff and I don't understand why that would be necessary. We agreed to the change to keep the process moving forward, and that's important. However, there is an amendment to put the community colleges back into the bill, and if there's a reason why community colleges shouldn't be in the bill, I hope that we can address that, because I know Mr. Fong, in your district, I know this because my late father-in-law, Dr. John Collins, was the president of Bakersfield College. It serves your district and is much valued in the Bakersfield community and does excellent training. So I'm hopeful that we can understand why we wouldn't want to include an institution like that, or Evergreen or City College and Hartnell College and the like. But I'll speak further on that when that comes up. I do think the bill is a good one. I'm going to vote for it, even if we can't fix this flaw. But with that, I did want to highlight the issue, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further discussion on the underlying bill? Hearing none. We will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Fong of California. Please, Clerk Rochelle, please report Fong ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5351.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize Representative Fong for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment makes minor technical and conforming modifications to the bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of its adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? This amendment, rather. Mr. Obolnotti, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the ANS and the underlying bill. It's critically important that we equip our young people with the tools that they will need to succeed in an AI-empowered workplace. And this bill, the NSF AI Education Act, will do exactly that. It empowers the NSF to expand education and professional development in artificial intelligence across our country. And it recognizes the urgent need to prepare Americans for the opportunities and the challenges ahead by investing scholarships and for fellowships for students at all academic levels. Importantly, this bill also supports research on AI in education, which encourages the development of teaching models, instructional materials, and professional development for K through 12 teachers. And that's a critical piece here. We need to not only enable students to acquire these skills, but we need to develop the curriculum and the teaching facilities that will be needed to impart that knowledge to the next generation of Americans. This is a critically important piece of the Great American AI Act, the broader federal framework that we will need to put in place to manage and govern this emerging technology. And I would like to thank Congressman Fong and Congresswoman Salinas for leading this important piece, and I encourage its adoption. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There's no further discussion. We'll proceed with the amendments to the ANS in order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Whitesides of California. Please report the Whitesides Amendment 079. Thank you.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5351, offered by Mr. Whitesides.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I'd like to recognize Representative Whitesides of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and I want to thank the bill sponsors, Representatives Fong, Salinas, and Pedersen, for their great work to modernize education and enrich the daily learning experience for American students. I rise to offer an amendment that makes this effort stronger and more durable. We're integrating artificial intelligence into how our kids learn faster than we are studying what it does to them. I say this as a dad. The deployment is racing ahead of the evidence. If you ask how daily AI changes a child's focus, independent learning, or brain development, the honest answer is we just don't know. The research hasn't caught up. What we do know is that, and I think this is really fascinating, a 2025 study found that the more people leaned on AI, the weaker their critical thinking skills. And young people were hit the hardest. This is an important thing for our entire society to get a hold of. The warning is clear. A generation that lets the machines think for them is a generation that may never build the muscle to think for themselves. Now, generative AI and other edtech tools are being pushed into schools at a breakneck pace, and we have no real understanding of their long-term effects on developing brains. This isn't just a matter of kids using chatbots to cheat on their history essays. This is about fundamentally altering how an entire generation learns to think, focus, problem solve, and interact with reality. My amendment moves us in that direction by tasking NIST to identify exactly where the gaps are in our data and findings on how classroom AI affects children. So we're building the evidence base, not just guessing. We should be looking at how this technology affects a student's attention span and learning independence. We should be studying their cognitive, social, and emotional development. And we need to know if our kids are overly trusting of these machines and how these risks change for younger and more vulnerable children. Parents across our country deserve to know what this technology is doing to their children. We cannot afford to look back in 10 years or 20 years and realize we sat idly by while an entire generation's mental development was outsourced to computer algorithms. Let's put our kids first, understand the science, and establish the facts. I urge a yes vote on this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. No further discussion on this amendment. Mr. Herodopoulos.
I want to stand in strong support of this amendment. I think this is outstanding. I think a lot of people have seen the screen time advisory that was put out recently by the Surgeon General's office, led by RFK Jr. and, of course, Dr. Oz. This is imperative that we handle this issue. As many know, my wife serves as the acting Surgeon General, and the data that we're seeing is remarkable. And so I'm glad that you have stepped up, Congressman Whitesides, on this issue. It's imperative that we really elevate this issue because it is having very detrimental effects on our young people. We've seen other nations around the world really step up on this screen time issue in general and AI, and I am proud to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields. I'd also like to say that I support the amendment as well, Mr. Whitesides. Thank you. Hearing no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the adoption of Whitesides Amendment 079. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. The clerk shall report Fushi Amendment 079, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5351.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I'd like to recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment codifies NSF's Expand AI program to expand capacity and participation in AI research, education, and workforce pathways at institutions that have too often been left out of major federal research investments. That includes HBCUs, minority-serving institutions, tribal colleges and universities, community colleges, rural institutions, and institutions that have historically received a smaller share of federal research funding. This amendment is based on my Expanding AI Voices Act, which passed this committee unanimously last Congress, and it reflects a bipartisan principle. If we want AI innovation to serve the whole country, then the whole country needs a real seat at the table, shaping it. I urge your support, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Anybody else like to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank
You're recognized.
Representative Fushi for this amendment. It authorizes several activities at NSF that would broaden participation, and we all know that Americans from all backgrounds and zip codes need to be able to access the rich opportunities in STEM. We recognize this in our historic legislation, such as America Competes and Chips and Science. We affirmed those efforts in many other bills, and this very amendment passed this committee on a bipartisan vote just 2 years ago. So I'm hopeful that we can support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I oppose the amendment. I appreciate the time the member has taken to work with our staff towards a solution for this. While I cannot support this amendment at this time, we will continue to work together in the future on this issue. I would encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment at this time. Any further discussion? Okay. There's no further discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I request a recorded vote.
We haven't gotten to that yet, Ms. Fushi.
Jump the gun.
Yeah. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on adoption of Fushi Amendment 079. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Ms. Fushi?
I request a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. The proceedings on this vote will be postponed. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Salinas of Oregon. The clerk shall report Salinas Amendment 107.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5351, offered
Without
by...
objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Salinas of Oregon for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated earlier, my amendment would restore an important provision of the bill which was removed in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. My amendment would create regional centers of AI excellence anchored in community colleges. These public-private partnerships will integrate AI teaching, learning, and community engagement to enhance educational outcomes and drive workforce development. It is a common-sense bipartisan provision, and it was included in the bill last Congress when our committee approved the bill by voice vote. Not only that, it's critical to the success of the bill. These centers of AI excellence will develop and disseminate best practices that will serve as the foundation for the bill's scholarships and fellowships that are meant to support AI education, research, and industry collaboration. The two go hand in hand. The work is critical for industry. I've spoken directly with AI executives who see this as essential work to ensure Americans understand how AI systems work and what they mean for communities and the economy. It's also critical for workers. We need effective education and workforce training opportunities so that workers can familiarize themselves with AI systems and thus participate in and share in the benefits of this incredible technological revolution. This bill, with all of its policy provisions, is the cornerstone to socializing AI across the United States. I want my 81-year-old father to feel as comfortable and familiar with AI as my 21-year-old daughter. Sadly, half of Americans say the increased use of AI in daily life makes them feel more concerned than excited. We can change that with this bill in its entirety. Any of you who were here last Congress have supported this common sense language before, and I ask you humbly to do so again. I urge all my colleagues to support the amendment and final passage. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I oppose the amendment. I appreciate the time that this member has taken to work with our staff towards a solution. And while I cannot support the amendment at this time, we can continue to work together in the future on these issues. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, the chairman should do what he thinks is right. I just didn't want this amendment to pass without mentioning Hartnell College in Monterey County, who does such an excellent job in practically every little city in Monterey County, and Gavilon that services San Benito County, San Jose Evergreen Community College District. I was once on the Board of Trustees of that community college district, and the excellent job they would do, and how I would hope that they at some point could be included in this. I'm not sure why we're deleting it, but certainly we can have a discussion off calendar about that further. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Okay. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on adoption of Salinas Amendment 107. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Mr.
adopted.
Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
We have a recorded vote requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. The proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Okay. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5584, the LIFT AI Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5584, offered by Mr. Kane of New Jersey, a bill to improve educational efforts related to artificial intelligence literacy at the K through 12 level and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. This act may be cited as the Literacy in the Future Technologies Artificial Intelligence Act or the LIFT AI Act.
And open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Amo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Babin, for holding today's markup. I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan H.R. 5584, the Literacy in Future Technologies Artificial Intelligence, or LIFT AI Act. I'm proud to co-lead this critical legislation with New Jersey Representative Tom Kane. Artificial intelligence isn't a science fiction dream. This isn't Star Trek. We aren't talking about transporter beams or photon torpedoes. AI is here now, and it's here to stay. It would be highly illogical to fail to prepare the next generation for this new reality. Students and educators across Rhode Island are already using AI inside and outside the classroom. They need access to tools and curriculum to use AI effectively and responsibly so they can harness its power for good. That's why Congressman Kane and I introduced this common sense, bipartisan legislation to direct the National Science Foundation, or NSF, to support research and development activities related to AI literacy. Our bill would encourage the creation of AI literacy curricula focused on core competencies and abilities and authorize the development of related evaluation tools, professional development courses, and hands-on learning tools. The LIFT AI Act would authorize the NSF to engage state and local agencies, principals, educators, and other school leaders to help develop best practices and enhance artificial intelligence literacy across the country. Artificial intelligence is moving at a warp drive speed, but the LIFT AI Act will equip the next generation with the skills they need to keep up, regardless of the careers they decide to pursue. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back. May the force be with you.
Representative yields. Any other members wish to be recognized? There's no further discussion on the underlying bill. We'll proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The chair understands that Rebus 39 will not be offered. Okay. If there are no additional amendments on the amendment roster, do we have any further amendments? Hearing none, a reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 5584, the LIFT AI Act, to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 5584 to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered favorably.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F, House Rule 11. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6461, the Read AI Models Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 6461, offered by Ms. McBride of
Without
Delaware.
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized? The representative from Delaware.
Thank you so much, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, and thank you to the SST staff for their hard work on this markup. I also want to thank the chair of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, Representative Obernolte, and his staff for their collaboration and work on our bill, which I am privileged to present. Today, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6164, the Bipartisan Read AI Models Act, for which I will be introducing an amendment in the nature of a substitute shortly. As artificial intelligence becomes more powerful and widely adopted, users, developers, researchers, and policymakers all need clear, consistent information about how these systems are evaluated. Today, that information can be fragmented, the layout's inconsistent, and difficult to compare. The Read AI Models Act addresses that challenge by directing NIST to develop consensus-based standards for AI evaluation documents. Think of it like a nutrition label for AI models, a clear and structured layout filled with useful information. These documents would make it easier for small developers and resource-constrained teams to prepare and share meaningful evaluations, while also helping users better understand the capabilities, limitations, and risks of the models they're considering. A key feature of this bill is that it does more than call for guidance. It directs NIST to develop a practical template that allows developers to build these evaluation documents in a modular manner. This sector-by-sector approach recognizes that the information that matters in education may be different from what matters in healthcare, defense, financial services, or scientific research. A modular approach gives developers flexibility while still encouraging consistency, transparency, and responsible governance. My team engaged with stakeholders across the spectrum, from the University of Delaware to cutting-edge technology companies, small developers, nonprofits, and local government officials. Through that process, we found that AI models that provide more information about their systems have higher rates of adoption. Encouraging this kind of transparency will help level the playing field, because larger companies have the expertise and staff to parse through guidance and fragmented evaluation documents, but small and medium-sized businesses need clear, practical information at their fingertips that will help them make smart decisions, adopt new technologies with confidence, and compete in an increasingly AI-driven economy. This step will help close the information and knowledge gap we are watching develop between larger corporations and smaller businesses. This bill supports developers who want to share information about their models in a structured, useful way, while still protecting proprietary information, encouraging transparency without forcing companies to reveal their secret sauce. This legislation also supports NIST in what it does best, bringing together experts from the private sector, academia, government, and communities across the country to develop trusted standards for emerging technologies. It ensures that the United States, not a foreign actor, leads the world in setting standards for AI evaluation documents. My bill upholds America's commitment to innovation and our belief in responsible technology development. It is through bipartisan efforts like this one that Congress can strengthen America's leadership in AI, support innovation, and build trust in the technologies that are shaping our future. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6164, the READ AI Models Act, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. I'd like to recognize the representative from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to co-lead this bill, the Resources for Evaluating and Documenting AI, or READ AI Models Act, with Congresswoman McBride. As AI is deployed in every sector of our economy, it is essential that our sectoral regulators have the tools and information they need to oversee it effectively. We're seeing these AI models become more complex and influential, but the lack of standardized documentation undermines transparency, accountability, and trust. Without clear information about how models are developed, trained, and deployed, policymakers, researchers, and the public cannot reliably assess their risks, benefit, or limitations. This legislation will help ensure that agencies can understand and evaluate the models operating in their domains, which strengthens our ability to manage risks while encouraging innovation. Specifically, this bill empowers NIST to develop a flexible, modular template and technical guidelines for documenting AI models and their associated data. This framework will ensure that essential information such as model provenance, training data cutoff, supported languages, terms of service, and sector-specific characteristics are consistently available. This bill complements our ongoing efforts to strengthen AI governance, and it's a key piece of our bipartisan federal framework, the Great American AI Act. By focusing on documentation, the READ AI Models Act lays the foundation for responsible innovation, risk management, and effective oversight. I'd like to thank my co-lead, Congresswoman McBride, for working with me on this legislation, and you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Lofgren, for advancing it, and I urge its adoption. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the underlying bill? Hearing none. There's no further discussion. We will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative McBride of Delaware. Clerk shall report McBride, ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 64.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize Representative McBride of Delaware for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bipartisan ANS is being offered to explicitly include AI model evaluation results related to unlawful treatment or public safety, as well as to include reference information to further technical details about the model in the form of a model specification. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, we will proceed to the amendments to the ANS in the order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is amendment offered by Representative Webster of Florida. Clerk shall report Webster Amendment 045.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6461.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Webster of Florida for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits any foreign country of concern from contributing or participating in the pilot program. The restriction strengthens the integrity and security of the pilot program, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill.
Mr. Chairman?
I'd like to recognize the ranking member from California.
I want to thank Mr. Webster for this amendment. It is consistent with our current bipartisan approach to research security policy. I support the amendment and yield back.
Representative yields back, ranking member, and is there any further discussion? Hearing none. The question is on the adoption of Webster Amendment 045. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Okay. There are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment of the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 6461. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is
I
adopted.
ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The ANS are on the final passage.
Final passage. Oh, whoops, sorry. Too soon. Okay, great. Thank you.
A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 6461, the Read AI Models Act, as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 6461 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8893, the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act. The clerk will report the bill, please.
H.R. 8893, offered by Ms. Fushi of North Carolina.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. At any point, does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? Is there further discussion on the underlying bill? If there's no further discussion on the underlying bill, we will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. Clerk, please report Fushi ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8893.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to offer the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act, which builds directly on the House Bipartisan AI Task Force report's recommendation that Congress address labeling and disclosure for generative AI so Americans know when they are interacting with AI or viewing AI-generated content. This bill also advances the technical tools and standards needed to make those disclosures meaningful, including NIST guidelines for watermarking, digital fingerprinting, metadata, and labeling AI-generated or AI-modified content. I also want to thank the Authors Guild, the Writers Guild of America East, Writers Guild of America West, SAG-AFTRA, the Society of Composers and Lyricists, Creative Workers, and the labor organizations that represent their interests for their support and advocacy on this issue. Congress has a responsibility to protect consumers, creators, and the public from deception and from the misuse of creative work by AI-generated content. I also want to thank Congressman Moreland, Congressman Beyer, and Congressman Fitzpatrick for their partnership on the underlying bill. I thank the chair and the ranking member for allowing this bill to be considered today, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, we will proceed with amendments to the ANS in the order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. Clerk shall report Fushi Amendment 082.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment makes clear that the development of technical standards and guidelines to identify and label content applies to music and visual-based content. As AI-generated songs, images, and videos become harder to distinguish from human-created work, consumers deserve transparency and creators deserve protection from unauthorized uses of their work. I urge support, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Hearing none. The question is on adoption of Fushi Amendment 082. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Lofgren of California. The clerk shall report Lofgren on Amendment 041.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Lofgren of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the many solutions to transparency for AI that other committees are considering is whether AI developers and deployers should be required to tell users they're interacting with an artificial intelligence. I think generally people should have the right to know whether they're talking to a chatbot rather than a human. At the same time, users may not want to be confronted with many notifications when they use an AI platform like ChatGPT, knowing full well that what they're talking to is a bot in that case. So this amendment would build upon the language in the underlying bill by adding a pilot program to investigate the feasibility of manifest labels for AI content. It seemed to me that if we did a pilot, it could lead to the development of voluntary standards to allow for such labels. Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that you're not supportive of the measure as it is currently drafted, so I'm prepared to withdraw the amendment in the hopes that we can continue to work together to come up with something that we could both agree on to give this a try.
The amendment is withdrawn, and yes, we can work together with the ranking member.
Thank you.
The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative McLean Delaney of Maryland. The clerk shall report McLean Delaney Amendment 103.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on this amendment.
A point of order has been reserved. I recognize Representative McLean Delaney of Maryland for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation directs NIST to create task force to help facilitate the development and adoption of voluntary standards to improve detection and labeling for source information for online content. My amendment would do two things. First, it would require that task force created this bill consider the use and retention of personal data online, including for fraud prevention, for legal compliance, and for user-requested services as they develop voluntary standards. Second, it would direct NIST to support the development of privacy-protected age verification standards for online platforms and AI-powered services. Data retention policies and age verification are an issue that I worked on for years in the nonprofit arena. getting it right in a way that safeguards kids, clarifies use and detention of information, and prevents frauds, and not create new privacy risks requires exactly the kind of technical expertise that NIST, Gaithersburg's headquarters, does best. That's why it is the right home for these standards, as they have the expertise and research facilities to do that. However, I am mindful that portions of this amendment might implicate the jurisdictions of other committees, most notably Energy and Commerce. And in the interest of advancing this important bill, I will withdraw my amendment. However, I want to say one thing. I believe that these committee overlaps will increasingly increase in AI and tech, given the overlap of research under SST, by our agencies, by nonprofits, by our universities, and that on the private sector done mostly through commerce. I am very hopeful that our committees will ever more cross-collaborate and lean into our respective jurisdictions to ensure that none of these issues, such as privacy and fraud protections, fall between the cracks. I look forward to working with our chair, with our ranking member, and my colleagues on finding the right legislative vehicles for this very critical and very important work. I withdraw the amendment, and I yield back.
The amendment has been withdrawn. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Whitesides of California. The clerk shall report Whitesides Amendment 080.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order has been.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order on that amendment.
All right, sorry. A point of order has been reserved. I recognize Representative Whitesides of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and I want to thank the bill's sponsors, Representatives Fushi and Moylan, for their great work on this bill. I speak today not just as a lawmaker, but as a parent. Like many of you in this room, my wife and I are navigating the realities of raising kids in the digital age. Let's be honest, trying to manage screen time today feels less like parenting and more like working a second job as a frustrated, underpaid IT administrator. Our teens jump seamlessly from a phone to an iPad, over to the laptop for schoolwork, and then straight to the gaming console in the living room. Right now, parental controls are completely fragmented. You set a strict screen time limit on one device, and your teenager just pivots to the other one. This amendment offers a simple, common sense fix: interoperability. In other words, making sure screen time limits and other parental controls work across devices. All we are asking for here is that the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, do what it does best: use its technical expertise to collaborate with industry and establish a voluntary standard for device interoperability. We want a technical blueprint so that different platforms can finally talk to each other. Imagine the relief for a parent who can set one universal screen time limit that actually follows their child across every screen they own. This is not heavy-handed government mandate. It is basic parent empowerment. We talk a lot in this chamber about supporting families. I'll tell you, this is a tangible, practical way to do exactly that. We need to give parents the tools they actually need to win this fight. And I promise you that if we were to pursue this, this would be one of the most popular things that we could do this year. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting efforts like this as we continue our important work in this committee to ensure our kids are safe as technology evolves. However, Mr. Chair, I understand that staff has objections, so I withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn, but with a point of privilege, I recognize Representative Lofgren.
Very quickly, I understand the germaneous issue, and I think it draws forth the need to clarify jurisdictions between committees, because referring things to multiple committees is dysfunctional, and I just wanted to note that and agree we don't want to derail this, and I appreciate that the gentleman has withdrawn his amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Yeah. Are there any other additional amendments? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amendment to H.R. 8893. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 8893, the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act as amended, to the House with a recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 8893 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered. I recognize Ms. Fushi.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. Proceedings of this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9334, the Workforce for AI Trust Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 9334, offered
Without
by...
objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? No. Is there further discussion? If there's no further discussion on the underlying bill, we will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Lofgren of California. Please report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
93...
objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Lofgren of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm glad to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the bill, the Workforce for AI Trust Act. And I want to thank my colleague and former chairman, Frank Lucas, for working with me to move this important legislation forward. AI opens the door to benefits for society, and I'm really very excited about its potential. However, AI is also contributing to harm today and risks which grow with AI's increasing capabilities. Ethical challenges are embedded within many elements of developing AI technologies. For example, bias present in the training data can introduce or reinforce such bias in the AI systems trained on that data, even if unintentionally, which can cause untold harm when the AI system is deployed. Meaningful governance of AI systems is critical to promoting societal benefits while minimizing potential harms. However, currently, our workforce lacks a sufficient cadre of experts who can apply these insights technically during AI system development and deployment. We need these experts now, and we'll need them even more as we develop the standards and regulations needed to govern AI systems. The bill authorizes activities to promote a multidisciplinary workforce that can advance the development and training of trustworthy AI systems. It does so by leveraging existing programs and activities at NSF as well as NIST. At NSF, the bill creates interdisciplinary fellowships that integrate social science and humanity researchers with AI researchers to advance the science and practice of responsible AI development. It further expands activities to promote AI skills-based training across STEM fields, including by directing NSF-supported workshops, curricula development, and experiential learning, among other activities. At NIST, it supports the core technical AI workforce needed to develop trustworthy AI systems by authorizing the development of standards, guidance, and workforce reference materials for career development, education, training activities, and professional certifications related to AI and AI risk management. I'll note this amendment updates the bill to ensure bipartisan support while capturing the important voices of workers. And I hope we can continue working together to ensure their needs are represented in AI research and policies. I want to thank again Representative Lucas for his partnership on this bill that can help move us forward towards realizing the potential of trustworthy AI, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? We will proceed with the amendments to the ANS in the order listed on the amendment roster. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Sykes of Ohio. The clerk shall report Sykes Amendment 136, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9334, offered by Ms. Sykes of Ohio. Part 2, beginning line 1, insert the following. Uses of
Without
funds.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Sykes of Ohio for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Babin, and to the ranking member for holding today's markup. I'm proud to offer my amendment to the Workforce for Artificial Intelligence Trust Act to ensure that we fully understand the impacts of AI development and how will have on our workforce and our economy. My district, Ohio's 13th, offers a cautionary tale for us if we don't consider the workforce when considering AI innovation. As you may know, Akron, Ohio was known as the rubber capital of the world. Since the early 1900s, when vulcanized rubber was created and Goodyear first began making tires. This rubber industry brought jobs, investments, and made Akron the fastest growing American city in 1920 and built the best middle class the world has ever seen. Fast forward to the 1970s, many companies in Akron began outsourcing their manufacturing, and Akron lost 14% of its population. Today, thanks to investments in science, research, and technology, partially because of the work of this committee, I am proud to say that Akron is home to a robust and cutting-edge polymer and engineering industry. But there is a lot of serious hurt in between the end of the rubber manufacturing and now. And if we had invested in our workforce sooner, we may have been able to recover faster. So my amendment would add AI's impact on our workforce and economy as a relevant area for research under this bill. While many people find AI useful, I know folks are asking themselves, could AI replace my job? Understanding how AI will impact the workforce will help us prevent loss of jobs and economic disaster. Our friends in organized labor have expressed concerns, and I think it will benefit everyone to know the pitfalls and opportunities of AI in the workforce with this amendment. AI also has the potential to raise costs through predictive pricing, where AI models use consumer data to ensure you pay the highest price possible. My amendment would ensure that we account for this economic impact on our research so the interests of consumers are not left out. At a time when costs are soaring, it makes sense to understand the economic impact of AI predictive pricing and the job implications for Americans. Since I have the time, Mr. Chair, I want to talk briefly about another bill rather than taking up time elsewhere. And I want us to continue to be focused and serious about technologies like social media and AI as it relates to suicide prevention. It is really hard to overstate the importance of this issue, as 95% of kids are on social media, as we just heard from my colleague from California, and James T. Woods, a 17-year-old from Streetsboro, Ohio, was no different. On the platform Instagram, he befriended a profile of a woman in another country who groomed him, convinced him to send her nude photos, and quickly used extortion, coercion, and threats to drive him to suicide. Tragically, his death and suffering is not isolated. We know that social media does not have enough protections for our kids, and that heavy use can lead to increase in suicidal thoughts. There have also been cases where AI chatbots encourage suicide among users, including for a 16-year-old Adam Rain, who took his own life after a conversation with ChatGPT, where the bot discouraged seeking help and offered to write his suicide note. Parents should not have to fear for their children's lives, and children should not feel so isolated and alone. It certainly does not have to be this way, and this committee has the opportunity to be at the forefront of protecting our children. Researching the impact of AI and social media on mental health can help us find these solutions, and I certainly hope and pray that our committee takes up that issue. But for the current moment, I hope that you accept and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing none. The question is on adoption of Sykes Amendment 136. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Fushi of North Carolina. The clerk shall report Fushi Amendment 080.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of
objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Fushi of North Carolina for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment supports independent AI testing and evaluation, so Congress is not relying only on companies to assess the risks of their own systems. These independent evaluations are essential to building public trust, identifying real-world harms, and ensuring AI systems are safe, reliable, and accountable. I urge support, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of Fushi Amendment 080. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 9334. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 9334, the Workforce for AI Trust Act, is amended to the House with a recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9334 is amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered favorably reported without objection of the motion to consider is laid on the table.
May we have a recorded vote, Mr.
A roll
Chairman?
call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, and I'll call up H.R. 9372, the Data Infrastructure Energy Measurement and Standards Act. Clerk will report the bill, please.
H.R. 9372, offered by Mr. Subramaniam of Virginia. A bill to direct...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying bill? If there's no further discussion on the bill, we will proceed with amendments in the order listed on the roster. First amendment on the roster is the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Subramaniam of Virginia. The clerk shall report Subramaniam ANS.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Subramaniam of Virginia for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and
sir.
Members of the committee. As many of you know, data centers have been in the news a lot lately. We have over 5,000 data centers in this country, with thousands more planned, many of them in my district in Northern Virginia. And it's estimated that data centers could use 12% of the entire country's energy just 2 years from now. And our constituents are being asked to host these massive data centers without knowing exactly how much energy and water they use. We're basing all of this on estimates right now. This could lead to higher energy bills, electric grid instability, and resource management challenges. So we can't really manage what we can't measure precisely, and that's why I introduced this bill in the first place. And the bill is going to establish consistent and accurate measures for how much water and energy are being used by these data centers. And with this transparent information, communities will be able to decide if they want to host a data center in the first place. We'll be able to plan better, make accurate electricity demand forecasts so that energy infrastructure can be properly planned. And we will be able to understand the full impact on our community at that point. I'm a little disappointed the funding had to be removed from this bill, but I'm hopeful that we can together ensure that this work is completed through the appropriations process. And I want to thank my colleague, Representative Obernolte, for his work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and on the underlying bill.
Are there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, we will proceed with amendments to the ANS in order listed on the amendment roster. Next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by Representative Obernolte of California. The clerk shall report Obernolte 075.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I recognize Representative Obernolte of California for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to co-lead this bill, the Data Infrastructure Energy Measurement and Standards Act, with my friend Congressman Subramanian. As AI systems grow more powerful, this infrastructure required to support them must evolve just as quickly. Data centers and AI infrastructure are becoming an increasingly important part of our economy, but policymakers, utilities, and local leaders need better information to plan responsibly for the energy and infrastructure demands that accompany that growth. This bill, the base bill, will establish consistent, accurate guidelines for measuring data center energy use, which will improve forecasting, strengthen infrastructure planning, and support continued innovation without placing unnecessary strain on our grid. My amendment directs a comprehensive technology assessment exploring the use of liquid cooling technologies in U.S. data centers and how they can advance AI computing capabilities. Additionally, my amendment calls for the development of government-wide best practices that will not only guide federal use of liquid cooling technologies and methods to enhance the security and reliability of data centers, but also establish standards that accelerate adoption of liquid cooling systems across both public and private AI facilities. Data centers are projected to consume up to 580 terawatt hours of total electricity in the United States by 2028. That's up from 176 terawatt hours in 2023. That is a staggering amount of energy. It's roughly equal to the total electricity consumption of the entire U.S. residential lighting and appliances sectors combined. My amendment, when paired with Representative Subramanian's underlying bill, would deliver benefits for all Americans by keeping America competitive in the global AI race, reducing pressures on utilities and electricity customers, promoting heat reuse and energy efficiency in data centers, and leveraging market-driven technologies to boost U.S. computing capability. This is a crucial piece of our broader bipartisan federal framework, of which Representative Subramanian is a co-lead, the Great American AI Act. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for helping to advance this bill and urge my colleagues to adopt it. And I'd also like to briefly comment on a discussion we've been having. I know there's been some bipartisan frustration on the jurisdictional issues that have evolved around artificial intelligence. And I just want to say, I completely share these frustrations. That's been the last year and a half of my life, is trying to navigate just how cross-jurisdictional artificial intelligence governance is. One of the reasons why Congresswoman Trahan and I introduced Gaia as a discussion draft and not a bill is that we figured it would be referred to at least 6 different policy committees, maybe even 7 or 8. And so we have to chop it up in these little pieces, and unfortunately, these are the frustrations that emerge from that. I don't know ultimately what the solution to this is. We had urged the Speaker at the beginning of this Congress to create a artificial intelligence select committee to try and navigate this. I don't know if that's the right answer, but something needs to be done because Congress will need to continue to be engaged on this issue of AI governance, and we're going to continue to have this frustration of how cross-jurisdictional all of these policies are. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. If there's any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of Obernolte Amendment 075. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The chair understands that Representative Rivas 038 is not offering that amendment. Okay, there are no additional amendments on the amendment roster. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 9372. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 9372, the Data Infrastructure Energy Measurement and Standards Act, as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9372 as amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered favorably reported without objection to the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F. House Rule 11, proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Okay. The committee will now stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair, for our final votes. Good afternoon. The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology will now come to order. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 9341 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9341 as amended. The clerk will open the vote. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened there. That thing just tore off. Nope, we got two coming, sorry. Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 9341 as amended is ordered favorably reported without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 9363 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9363 as amended. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 9363 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 9333 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9333 as amended. The clerk will now open the vote. Where's our new member, Gallagher? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will now close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 9333 as amended is ordered favorably reported without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 2385 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 2385 as amended. The clerk will now open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will now close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 29 and the nays are 0.
Thank you. H.R. 2385 as amended is ordered favorably reported without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendments to the ANS to H.R. 5351. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on adoption of FUSHI 079 to the ANS to H.R. 5351, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. I think that's everybody. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will now close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 13 and the nays are 18.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on adoption of Salinas 107 to the ANS to H.R. 5351, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will now open the vote. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Clerk will now close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 14 and the nays are 18.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 5351. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is adopted.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
We're going to do this at the end, right? Okay, a reporting quorum being present, I move that the committee report H.R. 5351 is amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 5351 is amended to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
We have had a recorded vote requested. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 5351 is amended to the House. The clerk will open the vote, please. 15-minute vote. Second. Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 33 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 5351 is amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 5584. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 5584. The clerk will open the vote, please. Bless you. He said go. I think we go. Have all members voted? No, they haven't. Gallagher showed up good.
He doesn't have to worry about his reelection. It's funny because it's just a temporary time.
Well, he only gets to serve about a year and a half, right?
Not even that, just to the end of the year.
Wow. Okay. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will now close the vote and report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 34 and the nays are 1.
H.R. 5584 is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 6461 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 6461 as amended. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote, please, and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 35 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 6461 is amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 8893 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 8893 as amended. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 35 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 8893 is amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 9334 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9334 as amended. The clerk will now open the vote, please. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 35 and the nays are 0.
H.R. 9334 is amended, is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote favorably reporting H.R. 9372 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 9372 as amended. Clerk will open the vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 34 and the nays are 1.
H.R. 9372 as amended is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And as Ranking Member Lofgren had mentioned, I also want to welcome our newly sworn-in colleague, Mr. James Gallagher, to the committee. Thank you for being here. You're a tall fellow, but you're not quite as tall as the guy that you're replacing. Well, we miss Doug Lamoffel very, very much, but we're glad to see you up here, Mr. Gallagher. He was a dear friend of mine and everyone in this room, I think, and a very dedicated public servant. I have no doubt that you are going to serve California's 1st Congressional District with distinction, and we look forward to working with you as a member of this committee. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill. So ordered. Members will have 2 calendar days to submit supplemental minority or additional views on these measures. With no further business before the committee stands adjourned. Have a safe weekend.